Let's jump in. Let's see if I can figure out what's going on out here and do my best to accomplish some goals. I have goals. I do have goals. I want to make sure that, not only do I have goals, I have reminders. What are my reminders? No, I don't have follow age set up. Your name doesn't sound familiar, but I guess you've been here for a while. Like, alright, that makes sense too. Makes as much sense as anything else. Yeah, I've got some amount of science. This is where all of the science is being done. Apparently yellow is no longer the problem. Yellow was the problem. But now purple is the problem. You don't like the stacks being uneven? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is the way in which the science grows. Alright, so the problem is purple, right? Purple is the problem. Purple is very much the problem. The Dyson Blueprint website. I haven't actually played around with the Dyson Blueprint website. I'm aware that it exists. But yeah, have not bothered to set up anything through there. Alright, if purple is the problem because of, surprise, surprise, brown chips. Which means we are probably out of silicon again. It's so inefficient. I'm so sorry. I regret that pain has been caused. But no, I'm not fixing it. We need to figure out what's up with brown chips. Brown chips. I have actual logistical problems I need to fix. Then I'll worry about everything else. Where do I have brown chips set up? I am. This is my my first real playthrough of the game. So I'm just doing everything here because here is where I am. And it's fun. Besides, look at how much of the sun I've covered. This is a good time. This is enjoyable. The sun is so weak. It's true. It is not the best of available suns. However, it is still a local sun. And thus it is being caged. Where the hell is my brown chip set up? Where did I do this? That's turbines. That's brown chips. Alright, what is wrong with you? It's still just circuit boards. Where are circuit boards coming from? Well, that's what they are. They're brown chips. Bro, you call them what you want, buddy. There's green chips, there's brown chips, and there's blue chips. Where am I making... Am I making green chips? Hang on. Am I even making circuit boards? If I were making circuit boards, where would I be making circuit boards? I don't think I have, like, a separate circuit board manufacturer, which is probably my mistake. You were so confused by brown chips alone. Look, they're... What else would they be? They're brown and they're computer chips. I don't see the problem. I don't see the problem. Alright, I have some computer chips coming out here. That's fine. But here, I have no silicon. I have a minimum amount of silicon. You colorblind? Ah, okay, that's fair. You're not the only person to have that opinion, Unimatrix. Alas, you're gonna have to live with my legacy systems a little bit longer. This is... a lot of this is gonna be not ideal. Many of these things are Babby's first build, and were left in place because they still do what they're supposed to. It's not supposed to be efficient. It's just supposed to work. I'm pretty happy with how my green build turned out. Oh, you're taking the easy stuff. I see how it is. Alright, well, I guess we need to figure out both silicon and circuit boards. Alright, where was that other processor build? Alright, this is processors, and this is the processors that has silicon. All of the silicon, but needs circuit boards. We're requesting circuit boards. I don't know where circuit boards are coming from, other than somewhere else. Are circuit boards coming from anywhere? That's a real question. Am I actually trying to provide circuit boards anywhere? Like, this is taking in circuit boards, but not a lot of them. So I guess we need separate circuit board builds? Is that a reasonable thing to have? Probably is a thing that I now need to do. Alright. We seem to be doing okay on copper and iron. So I guess let's just set up a separate circuit board build somewhere. Doesn't seem unreasonable. Alright, how am I doing this? Always a question. What is this? Is this... Oh. I just neglected to finish building whatever this was. Wow, bummer. Ah, no wonder oil was having problems. Whoops. Nilaus was a big DSP streamer till he burned out. That makes sense. Thank you for the follow, Umabel. Welcome. Alright, where am I and what am I doing? Sure. This is reasonable. We are building circuit boards. Circuit boards require... Circuit boards require green belt of copper and blue belt. Not blue belt. Is it? How does this work? Brown, green, blue. Brown belt of copper. Green belt of iron. People have found each other for a multiplayer game. In my chat. Alright, I have succeeded. This is everything that I wanted to be. Alright, so I can probably do this. I think we're doing this 6 at a time. We can do... I think it needs to be a blue belt of output. Not blue belt, green belt. Colors are hard. This is iron input. This is copper input. Other way around. This is iron input. This is copper input. And then that's there. And this is the actual circuit board output. Not there. Here. This is the circuit board output. Yeah, I don't have mass production Mark IIIs. I could. That's probably a thing that I should set up at some point. But I'm kind of comfortable using what I'm using. I'm like that in Factorio more than I am here, because the way that Factorio levels up the belts makes more sense to me. But in Factorio, I just default to reds, the middle one, instead of the maximum one. Unless I end up in a situation where I need it. It's all automation games? Maybe. Automate everything? I mean, to some degree. I don't know, there's a lot of individual pieces in DSP that I didn't see the point of, and so I didn't do anything with them until I needed them later on. That's true. Handcrafting sucks. I freely admit it. Anything that I'm going to use, I'm not going to bother handcrafting. Well, anything that I'm going to use in bulk quantities. Alright, so... this needs... let's give you the recipe. This needs 2 a second on iron, so that's better sorters. And then better sorter output. And then I think that means it needs better sorter input because the range. Usually level your planet once you reach yellow science. Everybody's got their own process. I mean, like I said, this is still my very first save file, so I'm not... I don't have processes in place for all this stuff. A lot of this is figuring out what works, and then using that until it stops working, and then doing something else with it. I think this needs to be the next level of sorter also. Right? Yeah, 0.75 is not going to work, so we're going to need a bunch of these. Three, 4, 5, 6 to here. So that should work. Yep. Just white science now. And now it all needs power. Not so bad. Cool. All right, and you are getting some bots. You are supplying green, and you are requesting iron and copper. I'll even give you power because I am a nice guy like that. Iron, copper, and it begins. Just started doing all this in your current save? Nice. Alright, and this should be sufficiently supplied. Very cool, very cool. Alright, do it again. Why stop at 1? I guess I need to set what this output is, don't I? Lack of item. You're not wrong. There was a patch yesterday? What was in the patch? Did I download the patch? I must have downloaded the patch. It wouldn't let me play without downloading the patch, right? Oh, it looks like it's mostly bug fixes. Okay. I'm not too worried about it. Relatively minor stuff. You can set the color of the traffic monitor now, apparently. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, still not enough things. Just barely out of range. If only I built it one closer. Alright, well, let's build it one closer then. This is fixable. Why 6 buildings in a row? Because that is the max that can fit on one set of belts. Yes, entirely down to belt speed. 3, so here. Ah, good. That worked the way I wanted it to. And now I don't need to build extra power poles for it. And it's being sucked up as fast as it can go in. Sensible. I guess that means I need another... I guess that means I need another row. Alright, well, another row it is. And as long as I'm here, that should be enough. Hey, Chris, how's it going? Two, three, so here. Do I need to make... Do need to make more machines? Oh no! I'm out of graphene. That's alright. Graphene is a fixable problem. Where does graphene come from? Here? Somewhere? Here, I think. Perfect. Sorry, I wanted to duplicate. Foundation support? Oh no. All kinds of problems. Good. Excellent. Absolutely more Star Prison. Yep. Why? Why? This is especially why. How did this happen to me? Why do I have diamonds in my inventory? Where did this happen? This is off-world, isn't it? Where was I going to set this up? Can I see it if I look at the right place? I don't know where I was doing this, that I didn't finish a build. I don't think it was in this system. Problems. Alright, is this good enough or do we need... We need more. Always more. Never enough, apparently. I don't know why I didn't just copy paste from the beginning. This is going to go here. Yes? Yes. And now I need to build them some sorters because I don't have the sorters. That's fine. Yeah, this is something that should have happened earlier, I agree. This is iron. Going to need some more belts. This is the other one that's actually iron. When I said the first one was iron, that was a lie. First one was copper, this one is iron. Alright. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is sufficient to be called a green circuit build off of one tower. I can work with this. The question is, can my silicon producers work with this? Is this good enough or do I need to copy paste the whole thing? They're working. Oh yeah, this is practically full. Alright, great. Good enough. Alright, step 1. Is purple resolved? Ooh, purple is even less resolved than I thought. Alright, let's see what's going on with purple. Purple is maybe starting to be more resolved. No, purple's looking good. No problems here. Alright. Yeah, processor production is A-okay. Tier 2 computer chips are A-okay. So now the question is... Are you getting supplied with sufficient things? This is entirely down to, am I outputting sufficient things? I think we need to up the purple production regardless. Like, I think I need to expand this build. drop another stack of labs on it, and make these rows longer? Do I just make these rows longer? Can I do that? Can I afford to do that? I think I can afford to do that. Oh, we need more power, though. I'm out of silicon. Hard life. Time to steal silicon from somewhere. I can never remember where anything is. You have silicon. I hate making the rainbows by hand. It's so awkward. Fortunately, I am right here. Let's get up to 40 of these. 30 of these for right now, because I already built one. I mean, yeah? You make the triangles so that you can make the rainbows so that you can make solar sails. I can never remember what these things are called. Are these prisms? I think they're not prisms. The other things are prisms, right? What are these? Photon combiners? Like, that's not a real name for anything. They're rainbows. They're rainbows. Don't worry about it. Can I reasonably dump more of these into here? I can dump one more on this ring, and then this is taken up. So unless I want to move the belt, which I can conceivably do, moving belts is not hard. You worried about it? I'm so sorry. I once again express my sorrow and regret, and also my unwillingness to change anything about it. As long as that works for you. Here, have some of these things. I don't want them. Oh no, now I have to make sure this lines up. Terrible. Cool. Alright, these can probably be further spread out. But I'll worry about that somewhere else. Not going to worry about that on this planet, I don't think. Prism with a circuit board. I think that's right. Of course it needs foundation support. Why wouldn't it need foundation support? Alright. How are we on power now? Still low. Generation capacity decreasing as I watch. Well, that's awful. I should probably set up deuterium sticks at some point. How am I for... No, I have deuterium sticks. The other one. The black sticks. I sure seem to have more than enough sphere production to set up power with, what are they called? They're probably antimatter sticks, if I had to guess. Antimatter fuel rod, yep. It's going to require antimatter annihilation constraint spheres and hydrogen. Okay. Oh, it's the output of the miniature particle collider produces both the hydrogen and the antimatter that I need. That's convenient. So then it's just finding an annihilation constraint sphere and titanium alloy. All right. That's not too bad. This is working better than it was, but still not perfectly. Getting closer to satisfied on power, but still not satisfied. What if... Okay, you are producing power, that's good. What if you stopped producing photons and started producing power? Since we appear to have an overabundance of photons. I think this was the exact amount of photon generation we needed for ratio reasons. But I no longer remember, so... just going to steal power back and probably complain about it later. I imagine. Doesn't really help. It's a very minor amount of power generation. But also, it should be relatively easy to just set up more ray receivers and continue to receive rays. Since we do have a fair amount of Dyson sphere power, we can subvert here. Of course I'm out of these. Why wouldn't I be out of these? If I'm going to be making ray receivers, I need to go pick up more photon combiners. Alright, have a good lurk, Ilt. Thanks for dropping by. Where were the photon combiners? I think I have the answer to this. Somewhere over here. Oh, is this ratioed out? It probably is. So if I'm stealing photon combiners here, that's a problem. I'm just gonna set up... What does this need? Yeah. Prisms and circuit boards. I should... like, actually just set up a box of photon combiners. Or set up a box of ray receivers, honestly. This is all I'm using it for, is ray receivers. Alright, I'm going to automate production of ray receivers, because handcrafting this stuff is for the birds. You need a lot of components, my word. Why are you so problematic, ray receiver? Okay, I understand. Handcrafting buildings, the actual worst. However, automating production of buildings, also the worst. Birds don't even have hands? I know! It's a wonder they even get by with all the handcrafting they're doing. Alright, how am I doing this? Are you ready to get ladies and gentlemen? Because that is what I have for you. I have sidetracking. This is gonna be a hassle. Just look at all those components it needs. It's rather a lot of components. I mean, I guess I could just set up a tower grabbing all of those, but prisms aren't in the system, so we're going to need to make prisms raw anyway. Not prisms, rainbows, the other ones. I mean, prisms also aren't in the system. So, like, I could do it from raw stone, but, like, ow. I don't want to have to do that. Maybe I just put rainbows into the logistics system and solve my problem that way. I suspect that is a better way of solving my problem anyway, because we're definitely going to need mass production of sales on a scale past which I am currently producing at some point in the future. So, let's do that. If I fully destroyed all the natural ecosystems of all the planets whose sun I'm caging. Not yet. It's a work in progress. Okay, so intermediate problem. Let's fix intermediate problem. Oh, I guess I could also... Now I see the value of this system. Optical grating crystals. Where do optical grating crystals come from? Anywhere nearby? Anywhere I'm currently pulling resources from? Not here. Not here. Not here. Not here. What about other nearby areas? Wow, there's no optical grating crystals anywhere. Why are all these systems such garbage? Now I need to remember the actual name for it. God damn it. Not prisms. The one you make out of prisms. Photon combiners? Photon combiners. That was it. These things. These things. You know, the ones you need optical grating crystals for. As soon as I figure out where optical grating crystals come from. Which apparently nowhere. Apparently 0 places have optical grating crystals. Where am I gonna have to... How far out do I have to go in order to find an optical grating crystal? Okay. Here are optical grating crystals 12 light years away. That's an unreasonable distance. But I suspect it's not going to get any better. Yeah, it's really not. Come from cabbage patches and are delivered by stork. Lunar Waffles, I don't know who you've been listening to, but I have some bad news for you. Oh, apparently we can go to Television's Geminorum and acquire optical grating crystals there. Nanners is pro? Wow. I mildly worried about having people who are good at things in my chat. They're gonna look at my builds and judge me. That's alright. Everybody else does it. You might as well too. Am I going to TV Geminorum in order to acquire optical grading crystal? Or am I just going to make do with stone? He doesn't qualify. He's not a people. Ilt isn't a people. All right, that makes sense. Backstacked. Nothing but Brutuses as far as the eye can see. Alright, I guess go to plays just because I can go to plays? And then it needs circuit boards, so I'm going to need to ship the crystals. I can't just process the crystals in place unless I am also processing iron and copper in place. Am I processing iron and copper in place? How do I feel about that? Poorly. I think poorly is how I feel about that. Oh, no, like, it is very clear to me with the way the banter is going that you two know each other. I'm not worried about it. You're all fine. I am, in fact, sometimes capable of reading the room. This is my first save file, and the farthest I have ever gotten. I think I've done some other stuff in sort of parallel. I've done, like, an off-stream save to try and refine some original ideas, and generally decided not to use the more efficient ideas I've come up with in my main save. But every once in a while, cross-pollinate, taking ideas from one save file into the other. But yes, this is the furthest I've ever gotten, and also my first time doing so. Which is why so much of this is panic. a lot of this is just analysis paralysis. Like, do I actually want to do a thing? You know what? Let's do it for the sake of having said that we've done it. So in that case, I need to mark that system. I need to head out with sufficient... Probably not smelters, huh? Just miners. I am going to need an ILS, which I have. Let's handcraft a couple of miners. Gonna need some more towers. I'm going to need some kind of power production. Where are we going? Here? Literally the one planet. Okay, well that makes things a little more convenient. Not difficult to determine which planet has the resources I want. It's this one. This is the only planet. Very good at solar, not very good at wind. So I should bring solar panels? I'm not going to bring solar panels. You're still going to get wind. It sucks that wind is inefficient, but wind is what you're getting. Technically a moon, true. Bought back in March, it was very early in the lifespan of the game. Many things couldn't be done at a big scale, had to be done manually. Well, that sucks. Go, fly. +700 hours now. Nice. I'm not nowhere near there. I'm like, what, 50, 60 hours in? And I'm having a great time. But, it's... I don't know. It's a good game. I'm enjoying it. Oh yeah, 72 hours in this save. Yep, it is right there. Alright, well, that worked. You can stop trying to fly directly into the sun. And let's find out where optical grating crystals are. Here. The one patch with all of the optical grating crystals. Alright. Do we really want to talk about hours? Always a question. $24. So if I can do 8 per miner, I can get away with 3 miners. I don't know that I can do 8 per miner. Let's just grab as many as you can. Alright, whatever. We know of your dark ways. Wow. There's a time limit on a save? Really? What is... Really? What does that look like? Oh, okay. Yeah. If it's just like the ability for your computer to keep up, that makes a fair amount of sense. How do I want to do this? Tom Morello and Rodrigo Gabriela? Wow. That sounds like a hell of a track. I want to get everything combined. I don't know that I can get all of this on one set of belts. Maybe if I was using good belts. What? No, you don't go into the other mine. Why would you do that? I guess this would be a good time to use better belts. If I felt like using better belts. I'm not gonna. I just want to figure out how to combine these. That's not just run all the belts into each other. But maybe I just run all the belts into each other. Well, that's kind of awful. Am I splitting stuff in? I could. Sure, whatever. I don't need to be thinking about this hard. Literally just mining things and dumping them directly into a tower. Optical grading crystals. Alright, how needy are these miners? 1.68. And how good is wind here? Terrible, right? Hey, my first optical grading crystal. That'll do. So unless I am doing actual other things on this planet, which, I don't think I am. I think this is all I am doing. All right. Let's go home. TV Geminorum. What does TV stand for here? Presumably this is like an actual space naming convention with the TV. Some sort of actual feature of the system. Most of these are Greek letters something or other. Gamma Orionis, Iota Delta, Kappa Gruis, whatever. I don't know what the TV here for Geminorum is. Oh, that's actually really cool. The eclipse of the sun with the gas giant. Do not go to planet Omicron. No. Yeah, Omicron's not very fun these days. This game is so pretty sometimes. Alright, cool. Good enough. Let's get back home. Let's get back to business. I am, yes, splitters are mergers. Wouldn't it be better to just melt together? I mean, I could. That would also work. I think I had ideas for how I was actually going to put that together, and then stopped having ideas and just let it go. So it probably could have been more efficient. Alas. Alas for everybody here, it was not. I think I wanted to do something slightly more complex than what I ended up with. And then, in the end, decided to stop thinking about it and just let it do its thing. But yes, broadly, you are correct, Mabel. Whoa! That's a miss. Good job, folks. Good thing momentum is not preserved when coming out of hyperspace. Alright, so now we need to set up a tower that is pulling those crystals. Somewhere. Where? Completely irrelevant. It just needs to happen. It doesn't matter where it is. I'm gonna do it here. You tried belting all raws for the processors. You saw it was like, is such crap, but I don't feel like doing it more. Yep. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, God, no. I am not handcrafting particle containers, thank you. I have a box of particle containers for exactly this purpose. Box of particle containers. Thank you. Much better. Okay, so I am going to need some assemblers to combine things into a combiner. This is still gonna suck. At least I have the green circuits right here, for what that's worth. Full up on green circuits. Cool. That's exciting. Oh, I need ships too. I don't think I have the better ships. I have drones and no vessels. Am I making vessels somewhere? I feel like I should be making vessels somewhere, but am I? Is there somewhere on this planet where vessels are being made? Would have to be with titanium alloy, right? That's how you make vessels? Titanium alloy? So let's go over to where all the titanium alloy is. I'm definitely not making vessels. 0% chance that I am just making vessels somewhere. Too bad. What is happening here? Cover no veins. Get out. You're still mining. Alright, good. You keep doing your thing. I believe in you, buddy. Where am I doing titanium alloy related things? Out here? Among others? If you look among others, right? I have the place where I was actually making sulfuric acid. Not that I need to do that anymore. Talk about your legacy systems. I really should just rip this up. There's no need to be wasting any kind of resources on this, huh? Yeah. Yeah, just stop. Now my inventory is full of garbage. Take some of my garbage, please. Take some more of my garbage, please. Oh, now I've got this refined oil I gotta do something about. Yeah. I guess refined oil goes into here. Kind of. still got a bunch of refined oil I've got to do something about? God damn it. To my policy about the garbage, no littering. Littering not allowed. Looks like I am overproducing refined oil. Hey, Kellerman, how's it going? I think I am pulling organic crystals from the sky as well, so I don't need to be making organic crystals either. And yet, here I am, making organic crystals. Does plastic serve any purpose besides being turned into organic crystals? Oh, plastic goes into particle broadband. I'm gonna need more of that also. Problematic. Well, let's not get too distracted. The point of this was cleaning up. Let's finish cleaning up, and then we can figure out what else is going on. Alright, I think for now, I'm just going to tack a storage onto here and put the rest of my oil in there. Alright, where was the rest of the litter? Oh, I'm a terrible person. Where was it? Where did it go? Out here. Here it is. Alright, all litter resolved. Now we just gotta figure out how to get out of my inventory. Don't need that anymore. Don't need this water anymore? Oh no, what am I gonna do with water? Water I might just destroy. Since water exists literally ad infinitum. Legacy splitter just stays here and B's legacy. $37 littered and it's all water. I think it's all water. The problem is I don't know how to tell exactly what's littered. Yeah, I think throwing away water is fine as long as it's just water I'm throwing away. Like this now would be throwing away conveyor belts, which that's not okay. Dump my extra oil again. Like, I think it's just water, but again, I don't know how to tell. Because it doesn't tell me what kinds of things is littered. And I don't know what to do with all the water in my inventory. Well, I suppose I could dump it into a storage tank. I do have an overabundance of those. I will say this has not gotten me any closer to actually building photon combiners. So as far as completing actual goals, we have done very poorly. Alright, you know what? The storage tank was just taking up space in my inventory anyway. This is just going to sit here. And hopefully this is somehow less offensive to me than any other solution. I needed logistics vessels. That's why. So how do I get this? How do I get logistics vessels? I think my answer up until now has been handcrafting, but that's awful. I need a box of logistics vessels. Logistics vessels need a lot of things. Not that many things. Do I have alloy in the system? I might not. I might be doing all of my alloy crafting just in time. I think I am doing all of my alloy crafting in place. So there is no alloy in the system. In fact, it looks like I'm also doing all of my steel crafting in place. Is there steel in the system, or is that not happening either? There is currently steel in the system. Did I manage to beat the tutorial? Yes! I did, in fact, beat exactly the first mission for They Are Billions. You hate storage tanks? I understand. I understand. They're problematic. Why am I doing alloy crafting in place? That's awkward. That's a lot of resources. Steel crafting in place is probably fine. Alloy crafting in place is questionable. I haven't found the thing you did. Okay. I don't know what to do with that statement. I'm not sure what thing you would have done that I would have needed to find. Oh, you mean the Donut County gift? No, I saw that. I have indeed seen the gift you sent me. I just haven't accepted it yet, because... no good reason, actually. But I have seen it. I'm, like, just sitting here paralyzed, thinking about resource chains and how to turn resources into other resources. Just do it. Just do it. Just build the thing and have it be done. I think I would rather have alloy in the logistics system than crafting alloy ahead of time. Or than crafting alloy in place. Is that accurate? That's probably accurate. This is a mess to provide, because this is like 3 different kinds of resources I have to provide. No, you did it fine. I'm just slow to accept gifts because there's a certain amount of tracking that goes into place when I accept a gift. Like, I need to track it in a couple of various places because my filing system is... So I just haven't accepted it yet. That's all. I'm still getting so distracted. You know what? This is easier if I just build the thing. It's easier if I just handcraft, and then I don't have to think about whatever else is going on here. So I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna press this button. And then not have to worry about supply chains. Alright, problem solved. I did it. I solved the problem. By refusing to think about it. It's kind of like a solution. It's solution adjacent. Alright. So, I'm going to need to drop one of these. Mecha Core Energy. Nice. I should probably make sure that we are researching additional things. 8, 8, 8, 12, 12, 14. What's left? 6. Six is quicker than any of the others. 8, 8, 14. Not worrying about research speed. 12, 8, 6. This is also 6. Cool, do that. 6, 6, and then we can enqueue the 8s. I gotta click the other thing, thank you. It's the thing at the middle top of the screen. This is reminders. I have an alert set to let me know when a building is not producing, or a particular building. In this case, the particular building that is producing white science is not producing because it doesn't have enough purple. And I know that. And these are ghosts that I set out and didn't have the materials for, so I need to go back and build them. And I'll do that as soon as I remember where I was building them. So it may be a while. And until then, we're just going to have this alert sitting in the middle of the screen. It's going to be great. Alright. 8, 12, 12, 14, I think is what's left. 12, 14, 12. Alright. 12, 12, 14. Yeah, it's new as of last patch, I think. Not like this most recent patch, but the patch before that, or maybe the patch before that. But yeah, it's relatively recent. Alright, we are going to need photon combiners, which means we are going to need optical grading crystals, which means take this, take these, and we need to get you some gravity warpers. Gravity warpers. Maybe this isn't the best place to do it. Maybe I should do this closer to a place that already has gravity warpers. Alright, let's find a place where I am doing things and already am using gravity warpers, so we can make you easier gravity warpers. warpers. I think by the green science is probably the best place for that then. Because that's where I am generating gravity warpers in abundance. Not that I have a lot of space out here. I think there's something else, somewhere else where I would have space that I can do something similar to this. Using other towers that I've already made that are doing things. Like these towers, right? They have gravity warpers? Absolutely they have gravity warpers. Let's do it over here. Yeah, I think this is a really cool feature. I think that's neat. I am glad they introduced this. Alright. This is as good a place as any to do the thing? Probably. You get thing, you get other thing? Where is other thing in my inventory? Here we go. And then request crystals, request circuits, local demand, remote demand, excuse me. Thank you. Alright, and then how does this work? I need an assembler for it? I need an assembler for it. And 3 of them make 1 a second. Alright, let's make 1 a second. Which means 20 seconds per ray receiver, which is probably fine. Oh, you need power. Otherwise, this is never going to work. There we go. You can charge slowly. That's also okay. And eventually, you will charge enough to send an logistics vessel and acquire materials. It's not good. Because we need to be able to get all the other pieces here. Can we get all the other pieces here? What are all the other pieces? Steel, processors, super magnets, silicon. That's a lot of pieces. So that's iron. No, I could just take steel. Unless, honestly, this thing is just feeding the rainbows back in and we're doing everything else somewhere else. That's not unreasonable either. Hey, Cryptomancer, how's it going? Welcome back, Bananas. I'm trying to figure out what I am doing with these optical grading crystals now that I am acquiring optical grading crystals. I'm probably feeding the rainbows back into the system. That makes some amount of sense to me. But I'm mostly doing this... I think I'm mostly doing this so I can not have to handcraft ray receivers. But I think eventually I'm going to want this in order to make more sales. I'm somewhat interested in opinions. Not sure how interested in opinions I am, I'll be honest with you. I am unclear myself. Think I am going to want photon combiners in the system so that I don't have to truck stone all over the place in order to make sales elsewhere. We can just truck photon combiners. That seems like a better way to deal with this. So let's do that. I'm not using them yet, but for now, this will be okay. Like the style of my mecha? Yeah, dude, looks good. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Yeah, I think I spent like 15-20 minutes when I realized that this was a feature and just like stared at my robot for a bit. Look like the robots in Pacific Rim. I hadn't thought about that. You kind of do, huh? The Pacific Rim robots are pretty good looking. You were up late enough to get the login error for FF14. Nice. Congratulations. If I am feeding it back into the system, though, how much of this do I want to be making? I guess we can ramp this up when I feel like I need it. At the moment, I don't. So until we know how much I need it, we can just put whatever here. So I'll put 3 because 1 a second is a good baseline. Photon combiner. Ooh, you like the Vieira boys? Boys or girls? I'm glad that there are Vieira boys now. But I also accept that not everybody needs to be a Vieira boy. Alright, that'll do for a start. Till I figure out how many of these I actually need. Practically only joined because of this promise of bunny boys. Excellent. Excellent. See, you too are a man of refined taste. What's my sale rate? Minimal. I am... You can even look at the system. Since I am launching sales primarily from the inner planet. 380 a minute-ish. Needs to be higher. Well, it doesn't need to be higher, but it could be higher. Maid butler outfits are no longer gender locked. Oh, beautiful. But, my poor little sphere definitely needs more sales. So, you know, more sales would be a good idea. Progress is being made on this bad boy, though. Look at him go. Soon we will have the sun. Soon. Relatively soon. Here for science while you do bunny things? Excellent. I approve. Seems like a good way to spend your time. Alright. So now that I have this going, there is at least one next step before I can have a box of ray receivers. Which is, in fact, the entire point of all the things that I've been doing for the last, like, hour. Is so I can just make a goddamn box of ray receivers. The short-term solution is I can grab photon combiners and handcraft ray receivers. But that is also not ideal. Because there also remains the question of what I'm going to be doing with these ray receivers. Separate from the question of am I making antimatter fuel rods? Which... antimatter fuel rods feels not unreasonable. Turn that big old Dyson sphere into something useful. Maybe that's how I do this. Maybe that's how I fix my power woes. Is not by adding additional ray receivers. It's just by turning ray receivers into antimatter fuel rods. How do I make the other thing that antimatter fuel rods need? Annihilation constraint sphere. Annihilation constraint sphere. What a name for a thing. We still have to up the purple production here, which maybe now is a good time to do. How am I on power? All of this was completely sidetracked because I clicked this button and saw I was over on power. Now I'm not over on power. I guess we're done making green chips at a ridiculous rate. Do recommend constraining annihilation to a well-defined space. Fair enough. Fair enough. Hard to argue with. So maybe we ignore everything that I've been doing for the past hour and a half and just go back to trying to fix the purple problem. Alright, so what is my ratio here? I've got stacks of 5. And it looks like it's 2 crystal makers per stack of 5. And what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. How did we get to 12 to 15? I guess this is 4. 4 of these per stack of 5. Can I just add on another 4 here? Convenient if possible. I guess we just do it and see, right? Easy to tack on another 2 smelters. I guess I should do the math. That's how I figure this out. Oh. If I tack on another 4, we'll be at 16, which means I'm making 2 particle broadband a second. Which is going to require 4, 4, and 2. Yeah, not going to be a problem at all. No logistical constraints here. Now, how about positional constraints? Bonk. It will, in fact, run afoul of this tower. Maybe I can move things around here so it doesn't cause problems? Or just move the tower? With all of the oil and stone in it? Oh boy. What's happening to performance? I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. Tower needs to be moved if this is going to land here. Oh, I see. FPS is like dipping in and out here in the upper left corner. That's an indication that performance is suffering. Probably my computer's bad, is what's happening to performance. How do I troubleshoot that, actually? Is there, like, specific steps I can go through to figure out what's... Oh. There is a performance thing. I'm not gonna lie. I have no idea what I'm looking at. Zero clue how to use this information. Do we think it's CPU stuff? FPS goes bad above 16.66. Oh, so it's CPU problems, right? We're just using too much CPU, which means there's stuff here that I should probably tone down. Might be GPU problems. I'm using a 1080, I think. If it's even that, might not even be a 1080. It might be a 9 something. I don't even remember which graphics card I have. Wow. It's definitely not a more recent one. It's like maybe 4 or 5-ish years old. Enabling this detection can consume more CPU resources. Yes. I said 10. $1080 is still a good card? Yeah. If that's actually the card I'm using. I'm not kidding when I say I don't actually remember what my card is. It might be a 9 something. It might be like a fairly decent 9 that was put on sale as the 1080s were coming out. That seems plausible. $980 Ti. I think this needs to move, which is unfortunate. Let's move some of this other stuff first, though. Come on, why? This is messy. This is not any cleaner, but at least it's further away. That's not what I wanted. The real question is, can I get all 4 of these? Yes, perfect. That's what I wanted. Alright, I now feel slightly better about what's happening here. If I'm not moving this, I need to set up additional purple production. Like, this is gonna get uglier. So I think I am still moving this. I'm just worried. Oh, there's gonna be so much oil everywhere. Yikes. Alright, I need to stamp it somewhere else, is what I need to do. Maybe down here, actually, is going to be a decent way to do this. I need to make sure it doesn't overlap with whatever's happening over there. But this could work. And it does retain the information. Good. Here. Enjoy oil. Oh, what? What just happened? Awkward. You want demand. $429 littered. Oh, God. I'm not happy about this. Yeah, we're gonna need to put that in storage. In the meantime, let me get the rest of this fixed so it's actually doing the thing. That's Mark 1. Alright, Mark 1 it is. And then we need 2 belts of stone. And then a green belt of oil. Alright, this gets in the way just as badly, doesn't it? Alright, perfect, perfect. Glad we had this talk. Need to put some of this stone elsewhere. And then find a place to dump all this oil. Very slowly decanting my inventory into the storage container. What a process. God, what a process. Can I read through my GPU stats real quick? I mean, I could right-click some things and find out what GPU I have. That shouldn't be too difficult. Give me a sec. Oh, you mean within the game? Sure. It appears to have disappeared. Fascinating. Can turn this on to real time. We'll see my CPU suffer for a bit. It will say what the GPU is processing? Really? Where does it say that? It wasn't kidding about this, consuming CPU resources. That's very true, the thing that it said. All that stuff, but all of this stuff? Oh, just in general, everything that it's processing. Okay. I mean, it's all here. It's all here. I don't know what to tell you. You have as much information as I do now. Let's see. What's in the 6 digits? Celestial body. Various facility is in the 6 digits. That one's kind of high. Conveyor belt. Cargo. Dyson stuff. That's as much information as I have. I should just be dumping this in another tower, huh? So much easier to dump into a tower than to dump into a box. Well, box hold on to other stuff for me, so I have a little bit more inventory space to work with. Then we'll dump into the tank. So awkwardly slow dumping into the tank, wow. I've done this before and it hasn't felt this painful. But maybe I haven't done this at this scale, because this feels real painful. I'm not gonna lie. What a process. I've started picking up more stone along with the oil. That's good. Down to 208 littered. Progress, probably. Probably progress. I think I can dump some of this stone, too. Dump the stone into the glass makers or something. Here, have some stone. One stack at a time. Still a lot of litter. And a lot of stone. Wow, a lot of stone now. Going to need another box. It's alright, I have more boxes. That is maybe an appropriate fix to this problem as well. I don't want the fix to be putting oil in boxes. That's horrifying. Stacks of 20 at a time. Just going to keep doing this. And while I do this, I can stare at my inventory and wonder why I am holding on to all of this garbage. Like, plastic. Why am I holding on to plastic? There's no reason for there to be plastic in my inventory, other than I made a mistake in the past and have yet to resolve it. Raw plastic? In my inventory? It's likelier than you think. I did it. I cleaned up all the litter. What a process. There's still a lot of stone, though. And other stuff that I do actually want in my inventory. So this is still a problem. Well, maybe stone can go in the box, and that's okay. And stone can also be in the inventory, and that too is okay. What am I going to do with you, box of stone? Am I going to feed the box of stone into the tower as well? Maybe that's what I do. I can't do this here. I need this space. Ah. It's fine. You can just litter. You can just litter and I'll hate you. Can I yeet it into the sun? What if I need it, though? What if I need it later? Alright, can I at least expand this production before I start wasting time on other things? Let's let purple do its thing. We need to go to here. Alright, that's not too bad. But we do need to move this out of the way then. That is absolutely doable. Come on, why? What have I done? Oh no, why? Why? What? Oh, aw. 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 Alright, alright. Starting over. Here, go up. Is this going backwards? Alright. Much better. Much better. And then we do the same thing with this green belt. Can I just delete these? What happens? Do people suffer? Does nobody suffer? Nobody suffers. Even better. Alright, that lines up as well as can be expected. Also, we're going to need more. Make them. Thank you. What is this? To here, I think, right? I think that's what that looks like. Perfect. Now it needs power. So those need power. And then we need 2 more smelters here, which is going to need some additional foundational materials. 3, 1, 2, 3. Lack of sorters. All right. Now you need power, sure. Going to allow it. All right, that should account for additional purple requirements when I build a whole new stack of purples. So let's build a whole new stack of purples. 5. Going to need this to be covered here. Bottom floor, sort of there. There. Middle. Probably. Yep, that looks like it works. Alright, and all production requirements should be accounted for, so that should work and should get my white going a little bit better. Excellent. Tonal mismatch, huh? Well, I just really like this song. It's very happy. Alright, that looks like it's working, right? It's working? Things are working? No, the next Dyson picture is my name. Inscribing my name onto the sun, or as close as I can get. Alright, good. And I'm going to take this opportunity to take a quick break. We've been going for about 2 hours. So I'm going to go refill water. I'm going to go to the bathroom and leave you with some music while I'm gone. So, you know, hang out, enjoy yourselves. And I will be back shortly. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for sticking around. Definitely appreciate having people to chat with while I'm playing. And hopefully you're enjoying yourselves too. Anyway, I will be back in a bit. So, you know, see you folks soon. All right, I am back. Thank you for your patience, folks. Thanks for hanging out. Let's get back into the game and keep this going, yeah? Figure out what is next on the list of things I need to accomplish. Now that purple science is moving again, things here should be moving as well. Big if true. Oh, they are, but this is overloaded now. I thought I had this ratioed out. I thought I actually, maybe I didn't. Maybe I ratioed out this to the photon production, and that was the only thing that got ratioed out. All right, well, I guess let's just add another thing here until it stops working. I guess is the plan, is just keep on adding things to this stack until this stack stops doing what it's supposed to. Maybe make this a full stack? I don't know. How many labs here do I need to match the labs here? Right? If these are 4 a minute, that's pretty straightforward. And I have 30 here, right? 15 in each stack. I have 120 minutes, so I have 2 a second. But this is consuming in hashes a second. I have no idea how many hashes are in a box. Yo, Mark Magus, thank you for the raid. How's it going? Welcome. Hello, friends. Hello, Mark Magus and friends. What were you up to today? Bloodstained, right? You were playing Bloodstained? I saw your go live notification. What's up, Schmike? And Arid Sale, hello, hello. Finally checking that out. Excellent. How's your progress so far? I kind of want to go back and check out what your playthrough looks like. I would be interested to see what you're doing with it and what your approach has been. I know that is a game that I really, really enjoyed. Accidentally bought it and recently realized you like Metroidvanias a lot. It's a good genre. It's a good genre. I think that's not an inappropriate tack to take. Alright, so these are only not working because this isn't going through them fast enough. How many of them are working? This whole stack is idle. And of this stack, maybe 11 or 12 out of 15 are working? Okay, so that to me sounds like I need to double this. Did a minor sequence break? Ah, nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's just make this a full stack. That sounds like a good way to go. Let me confirm I actually have 7 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That looks like 7, so I need 8 more. Mostly taking your time and trying not... Presumably that says trying not to grind too much. Yeah, okay, I understand. It is definitely very easy to get sidetracked by grindy things in that game. There's a couple of enemies that I definitely, like, figured out what they were dropping and was like, oh, I need 8 of these. I am going to take a little bit of time here and just kill this over and over until I get what I want from it. And there's definitely enemies that I wish I had done that earlier rather than later, especially to get some of the souls from the enemies. Like, I wish I had gotten those earlier rather than later for several of those enemies. But overall, yeah, I think it's a fantastic game. You can definitely approach it in kind of whatever direction you want when it comes to grindiness and whatever else. Alright, now we have a big stack of science. That's a big old stack of science, yeah? Alright. How quickly is this getting fed is the next question. Pretty quickly, even off the Mark II. I probably just upgrade this anyway. There's no reason to let this delay. Can I even see what the top one is doing? The top one is doing. Top one is doing. Okay, great. Silver Knight. Silver Knight. Do I know what you're talking about? I don't think I know where Silver Knight is. I think there's a couple of things that I no longer remember their vanilla locations after having done randomizers. Like, I'm aware that there are locations pretty early right after the Kraftwerk fight. Okay. Okay, sure. Alright, this looks like it's doing things. Some of these are still idle. But it's mostly continuing to do things, so that's good. Oh, yeah, okay. I do know what you're talking about. Yes, got it. If you beat Kraftwerk quickly enough, it doesn't throw the grabbables at you, and you can use one as a platform. Ah. Aha. Alright, I understand. Well, good on you. That just means you had good damage output, which is, you know, I approve. Well done. Alright. Science is looking better. I think I am unwilling to continue to touch science, so I will leave that as is. I think the next question was... Yeah, look at this. Alright, so we definitely need more silicon in the system. Let's go get more silicon. Alright, 2 hours in, I have finally resolved the first thing on my to-do list after getting distracted multiple times. So that's good. Probably. Before I go anywhere, I'm going to make sure that I have sufficient things in my inventory. I do not have sufficient things in my inventory. There's a bunch of things here that aren't producing, but it looks like that's because their outputs are full, so that's fine. I was going to steal some titanium alloy. Here we go. This is a little more awkward than I want it to be. I should rearrange that. We should make that work correctly. And by correctly, I mean differently. Alright, what am I doing? I'm still doing the same thing that I was doing seconds ago. Only now I am doing it with sufficient materials on hand to actually be able to do it. Also, I am emptying my inventory of the garbage that I no longer need to carry around. Ah, this finished doing its thing. Good job, buddy. No vein. Get out. One vein. That's not gonna last. Well, you keep doing your thing as long as you have things to do it with. I believe in you. Enjoy. Still looking for the place where I set up the thing to deal with orbital crystals. And I definitely no longer remember where that was. Oh, I do vaguely remember where that was. It was a place where I had... Yeah, here. Right here. Can I just... Hey, that was what I wanted. Fantastic. Alright, let's get the other stuff in my inventory that doesn't need to be in my inventory out of my inventory. I have played mostly the built-in randomizer, Schmeck. I played a fair amount of it for a while, and eventually kind of lost the thread a bit. It is the kind of thing that I'll probably go back to at some point, but I haven't streamed it in quite a while. Here, you take these diamonds. I want... What else do I want in my not in my inventory that is currently in my inventory? Organic crystals don't need to be in my inventory. Enjoy. Wait a minute. You. Enjoy. Is there one that's better? I'm willing to listen to better Bloodstained randomizers. Someone you know has been working on building into it by adding things like logic. Boy, wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, it's the lack of logic in the Bloodstained randomizers definitely hurts it a bit. I also wish that it would randomize the pools a bit better. Unfortunately, it doesn't do that thing. Like, stuff that you find in chests is only stuff that you could find in chests. And there's no additional randomization past that, which is a bit of a bummer. What else is in my inventory that shouldn't be? Plastic. Get out of here, plastic. And then Casimir crystals really shouldn't be in my inventory either. Those only get used as a intermediate product for things that I don't need to worry about handcrafting. So if I could just... Huzzah. Any other garbage? Probably, but that's enough to worry about for now. Which means it is time to go get silicon. Where was I getting silicon from before? Where do I need to go to add more silicon into the system? 'Cause... believe my system is about out. Yeah, not a whole lot of silicon left out here, is there? So presumably I want to go to a place that I am already. Like, say, Al Nair. There is silicon on Dune. So let's keep pulling silicon from Dune. Seems reasonable to me. Hang on. Before I go flying, I do have a sufficiency of smelters. I do have a sufficiency of miners. I do have a sufficiency of belts. That's probably enough sorters. I do have enough towers. And if I need wind turbines, I can make them. Why am I short on iron? Definitely need to have more iron in my inventory before we go do that thing. There was a bingo tournament for it at SG Live last month. Oh, that's cool. I'm not super into bingos, but I definitely respect it. Yo, there is titanium alloy in the system. What? How long has this been happening? When did I start putting titanium alloy in the system? Huh. I'm smarter than I gave myself credit for. That still doesn't help me get iron, though. Do you have iron? You do. Give me some of your iron. Thank you. Alright, that'll do. Where the end game is long and doesn't change much. Okay, I could see that. I think generally my impression of endgame for randomizer is pretty clean and quick, though. Not for random, but for Bloodstained. So, like, I see the appeal of bingos, I think, but I generally want to, like, I want the understanding of, like, this is go mode, as opposed to trying to accomplish very specific goals, especially when there's goals aren't things that are easy to work towards, if that makes sense. They're doing bingo to try to account for the logic nonsense. That makes a fair amount of sense also. That doesn't surprise me. That is actually reasonable. Alright, where is there more silicon on this planet? Please tell me there is more silicon on this planet. There's a ton of silicon on this planet. Yeah, go get the silicon. Oh, there's a ton of silicon, like, right here, too. Even better. Oh, this is what I was doing. All right, good. Fill that in. Thank you. Oh, perfect. Perfect. How lucky. You're gonna need some more wind. Is that enough? Oh, these aren't doing anything yet. Ah, I can see why this might have not quite well then. Nope, this'll do. Or ought to. Looks good. You'd rather do a bingo for SMZ3 than slog through GT and Turian every time. Yep. Yeah, that makes a fair amount of sense. I can get behind that. Well, hey, I just added more silicon, so that's good. Do we do another silicon as long as we're out here? Might. Wouldn't be the worst idea. There's not really space on this side of the tower, but that's fixable also. Might as well just start mining it out. 24 silicon veins. It's probably going to be 4 6s instead of 3 8s. I kind of miss randomizers. It has been a while since I've done anything like that, and I definitely enjoyed it while I was doing it. That's an 8. Think I can get 3 8s on here? Seems unlikely. It's not easy to get that kind of coverage. Especially with how spread out this is. Maybe I just deliberately do this as 4 6s. Work it out that way. It seems like a better way to handle this. All right. And does this work? Need foundation support. Yeah, okay. Well then, how about instead this? And that kind of infringes on the copper territory, but not by that much. We can push it a little bit to the side. And that needs smelters and sorters, as usual. It's fine. And then because it's 6 and 6, it's all 6s evenly. I think we can afford to do it this way. with each of these combining into one. Foundation support. Alright, so move until I don't need foundation support. And then... do it like that. This looks like it works. Z3 Fast Ganon? Oh, what is Fast Ganon? Why collide? What are you colliding with? I see, you're just lying to me. Well, okay. Crystal count to make vulnerable, but no Aghanim 2 requirement. Oh, so you don't even need to go into the tower? Unless there's, like, stuff there, I guess. I kind of like that. I kind of like Aghanim's tower only being necessary if there's, like, gating materials in there, rather than all of the time. Alright, and then this needs to be dragged all the way out to wherever I am going to take it to. That seems like a good start. Good job, robots! Go do robot things. Very good at robots. Belts have started. We might as well power you now. Oh, you're connected to the other thing. That's not going to fly. That's going to be problematic. Oh, Jinx was involved in one of them? That's really cool. Yeah, I know he's, he plays a lot of SMZ3. Need more wind. Need more wind. More wind power. Insufficiently windy. One more wind. It's coming. Wind's coming. You're gonna love it. Now be stable. Looking pretty stable. Alright, great. Development on Time Spinner Rando is popping off with two new devs joining the team in the last month. Wow. That's pretty cool. Alright, so here's how this is going to work. I'm going to extend this out to here. This is going to join up. We need to work this slightly differently. Because this can now go straight into here. This can join. And we upgrade from here. And then we do the same thing on this side. That connects. This connects. Sure. Great. Great. Alright, now we should have more silicon. Archipelago inclusion? What does that mean? Archipelago is a fantastic project. We have lean on the Yoku's people to get it out. What is Archipelago? This looks like it is as set up as I need it to be, which is great. You two can combine. I'll feel better about life after that. Multi-game, multi-world project that started as Berserker's Multi-World for Link to the Past. And now has like a dozen games. Wow. I clearly need to look up more information about this. That sounds wild. I mean, I have done that in the past also, Cryptomancer. And definitely enjoyed it. Like, I felt pretty good about it. We've done Bloodstained for a while. We've done Time Spinner for a while. Maybe I'll go back to one of those two. I don't know what other, like, randomizers I'd want to do. Or would want to learn. Maybe, Mark Magus, if you and your community settle on a Bloodstained randomizer at some point, I would be happy to involve myself in races or communal randomizers or whatever. That sounds like a lot of fun. Multi-world Time Spinner. I feel like Time Spinner isn't long enough to warrant that, but at the same time, that still sounds like fun. Alright, I think Silicon is going to be okay now. This is better. Not like we have enough, but it's better. It's still taking it as it shows up. It's gonna take some work to actually fill up this tower. Kind of entertainingly wild. I could believe that. I could believe that. It definitely feels like there's, you know, a couple of main paths to follow for Time Spinner. So if you have one person going down each of those paths, it feels like things would speed up dramatically. 12 player? I don't know how you fit 12 players in. That seems pretty silly, actually. Like, good on you. I'm glad you're having fun together. I just don't know what you would actually do with that. Each person has their own world. No, I know. Oh, multi-world as in you might have my thing, but not like when you get a thing, it's sent to everybody. Okay, I was expecting a shared inventory randomizer, which is how I've seen that done for Link to the Past. Okay, okay. Oh, that's really interesting. That's really interesting. Yeah, that sounds super chaotic. Are you low power? Is that what's happening here? No, it's just product stacking. Okay. Because I have made decisions in terms of how this is playing out. Wow. Why did I do this way? Alright, well, whatever. What is DWR? Alright, I can always add more silicon to this mess. Maybe I just add more silicon to this mess? Dragon Warrior. Oh, okay. Okay, okay. There is more silicon to be added to this mess. Maybe I should add more silicon to this mess. It's not unreasonable. Yeah, if you want to drop that in my Discord, I actually have a Bloodstained channel in my Discord, primarily for randomizer stuff. So that would be a good place to dump that. How much of this can I pick up with single miners? That's pretty strong. Seven? And maybe get 7 here. Yeah, that sounds interesting. That sounds worth pursuing. So yeah, if you have the time to look up information or whatever, I am definitely interested. Makes this weird. This is gonna need to be multiples regardless. Awkward. Alright, if it's gonna be multiples regardless, then I guess... Why? It's so awkward. Alright, maybe we'll just take some of these then? I can never figure out how I want my miners to be laid out. This is the absolute worst problem in this game, is figuring out how to position your miners to get stuff out of the mining fields. Like, do I even want this here, covering what it's covering? Like, maybe? I think I don't want that. I think I want something like that, though. I think I want... like that, maybe? That's 8. That's pretty good. And then there's 7 left uncovered, and there's absolutely no way to get them all on one miner because they're too spread out. Awful. Awful. This is such a problem for me. Alright, here we go. Let's do 6 at a time. Then this last one is 5. Alright, all evenly spread out. I don't really know a good way to do 4-to-2 load balancing. I guess it just involves 3 splitters, right? That's 4-to-2. Four to 2 is just 2-to-1. Yeah, if it fits. But it's also like, I need to... Yeah, I mean, it's just 3 splitters is what it is. It's not actually that bad. It's fairly straightforward. You have 2 fed into a splitter and 2 fed into another splitter, and then those 2 splitters feed into a splitter, and that splitter feeds out to 2. Like, fine. We're gonna need more wind for this. Five, 5, 5, 5, 5. Core energy increased. Love it. Alright, so that goes into here. This goes into here. Right. That connects. That connects. Now both of these connect to here. Going off this way. Not too much at a time. Factorio Randomizer is part of Archipelago. Amazing. What does a Factorio Randomizer look like? I'm not even sure. I guess it's like the recipes are randomized? How do you make that part of... Because like progression in Factorio isn't about finding things. It's just about doing things. That means that this needs to go off to a different place. There. Oh. Fast. Researches trigger checked. Fascinating. Very interesting. I have played a little bit with Factorio Randomizer. It does some weird things to the game, for sure. I think I like the... I want to have more excuses to play Randomizer, but I think I like my recipes to have more... To be more deliberate in terms of how the recipe is put together and what kinds of resources is being put into it. Like, Randomizer really messes with your supply chains. Not just because you need different kinds of resources in different places. Like, a recipe just being different is one thing, but a recipe requiring resources from different sort of scales and ages is difficult to play with. I don't know. Maybe that is exactly what some people are looking for, but I don't think it's what I'm looking for. Alright, call that good. Call that good for now. I think we're going to leave that as is and hope that that is enough silicon for people that need silicon, and head back home and work on the next thing in my to-do list, which is more sales and more ejectors. Minecraft Rando that's in AP doesn't change the recipes, it just locks them and makes you do things to trigger random unlocks. Factorio might be similar? Okay. Okay. Whoa. Almost missed it. Paying attention to the wrong thing. Everything's all good, though. Races during SGL. Wow. Link to the past Factorio duos races during SGL. I clearly need to check that out. That sounds fascinating. Huh. I want to know more. How's the sphere looking? What's up, buddy? You definitely need more sales is what you need. Rockets are coming. Rockets continue to come. That's excellent. Definitely need more sale production, though. Sales are being used up as they come in, which, I mean, that's appropriate. But we're gonna need more of them. Opens up a wild design for multiplayer stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Makes a lot of sense. Alright, in that case, I think we're heading to Elbereth 1, because that's where all the ejectors are. But let's make some more ejectors first. Make sure I'm coming in with sufficient resources. I'll make 5 more ejectors. What if I wanted to make 10 more ejectors? Want to make 10 more ejectors. I do want to make 10 more ejectors. I think this is because I'm short on steel. So let's steal some steel. Haha. We got jokes. Where am I making steel? Here? 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 Here. Found it. Alright. Is that good enough? Now what? Ejectors. Now I can make 13 ejectors. Not handcrafting gears. Gears I have in a box. I know where my gears are. Do you know where your gears are? It's 3:47 p.m. PST. Do you know where your gears are? How am I doing on belts? I probably used up a ton of them. Yep, time to pick up more belts. Great. Alright, that should do. 7. Where are you? Planet. There we go. ETA 15 seconds. That's definitely not enough time to do anything. Definitely not enough time to check my email or nothing. Alright. This finished and needs to be added to the list again. Now it's at 10k. Okay. So all of these 12s can wait. I'll do the 10k after the 8s. Trying to get these things in like ascending order for how difficult they are to actually finish researching, rather than how useful they are, in the hopes that more research more quickly is good. Also, mecha warp speed doesn't really feel that important to me, but it is a thing I can research. Wow, look at that sphere. Look at that big old Dyson. Look at the amount of work we're doing up here. This is really cool. It's really cool to see this from so close. I guess this is what happens when you're on the close planet. Kind of see the sails being funneled in and forming into the Dyson sphere. Oh man, this thing is so cool. This game is so pretty. Gosh. More warp speed for reaching the black hole. That's true. If I do actually want to go any kind of far distance, we're maybe going to need to do some work in terms of how fast we're traveling. Alright, so we got some loops here. So the next question is, how am I adding more ejectors to this mess? This apparently works. Why does this work? Feels like it collides with things. I don't want it to collide with things. Let's try this. Also, what is up with the power? Ah. Well, that's time to drop some rare receivers in it. What am I doing for power on this planet, actually? I have a few rare receivers. We could drop some more of those. Alright, I guess we're just handcrafting rare receivers and I hate it. Couldn't I have made the shell at, like, just outside the orbit, then be on a planet whizzing around the inside? I could have, I think, actually. If I look at... Like, it doesn't show you here, but you can kind of tell. Like, you can kind of see where stuff is coming from here. And then there's also, like... If I was going to add a new layer of Dyson shell, right? I can go to the radius, and at some point... Yeah, too close to planet orbit, and then I can be, like, just outside of that. And that'll work. Firefox crashed when you sat back down? Oh, bummer. Longitude of AN. What does AN mean? But I don't think I want to do a second sphere on this sun. I think I want to go do this on other suns. So maybe we'll do that there. Put the sphere on the outside. Somebody was saying that, like, you get the best absorption or whatever, like your Dyson sphere is at its most efficient when it's the furthest away from the sun, which was a weird thought to me. And I don't know how distance from the sun affects the building grid, or if it does at all. Sounds like game mechanic not matching reality physics. I'll believe it. I'll believe that. No reason to disbelieve that. Launch a total of 30,000 small carrier rockets. Dope. Does this work? Let's see if this works. This does not work. I need to do it here. How close can it be? Because this is where the two are closest, right? Alright, so I can do it on this axis. But if I do it on this axis, on this longitude? Latitude? Latitude, I think. Why is it okay here but not okay here? Is it because of the Yep, that was why. Alright, let's try this latitude, because that is as close as I can get, I think. But that's still going to cause problems with adjacency to these things. How far away do I need to be from you before there's no problems with adjacency? So here there is and here there isn't? Okay. So I don't actually want to place you there, but I want you on this particular latitude. Like, if I just do this, how much of a problem is this? Like, that's not hard to do. But I think also the reason I didn't do that up here is because I wanted to do this interleaving thing, and that felt like I was getting more value out of the space. So I think we don't do this. Oh, but if I'm going around the circle with ray receivers, then I don't want to be going. I don't want to be adding more ejectors here, because that's going to interrupt my ability to receive rays. So where do I want to add these ejectors? Gosh. What actually am I doing? Maybe one pole will be for ejectors and one pole will be for ray receivers? That seems problematic. Like, ray receivers don't necessarily need to be at both poles. But having ejectors only at one pole feels off. Because ejectors are sometimes on, sometimes off, depending on planetary position. I still haven't figured out exactly how I want to do Dyson sail orbits in order to account for that. Oh, the orbital inclination on this is pretty... It's not? 0.27? That feels... Oh, axial inclination. That's what I was looking at. The axial inclination on this planet is pretty high. Which is probably why you see such a drastic difference on this planet compared to some of the other planets. Dragon Warrior remakes have a feature where you can throw holy water as an attack, which has been added to the rando. The co-op shares inventory, creating a method where one person can sit at a store buying ammo for the other person to throw at the Dragon Lord. So they're running a tournament where you can only damage Dragon Lord with fairy water. What? I love it. I love it. If I had a sail ring outside this orbit, the dark side could reach it. That's potentially true. I think there's a limit to how big the swarm, the swarm orbits can be. Oh, it looks like it's the same limits. I have one of them huge, right? I don't really know where they're firing at, though. Like, I don't know what point in the orbit they're trying to fire at. Tournament logo has a confused Dragon Lord and a great fairy pool. Nice. How do I decide what I want for longitude of AN? Does this affect where they're going to try and shoot their things at? don't think I can edit this later. You're not sure it matters? Yeah, I guess I'm not sure it matters either. Alright, what if we do all of the extra array receivers here and all the extra Dyson emitters there? What do you mean lack of item? I thought I was making more of them. Am I really that off? Guess so. I didn't make that many. I guess I just made 2. 4. It's an orbital property, not sure if it was necessary for the game. It's fair enough. Okay, so I can delete in orbit, but I can't edit in orbit, presumably. It would be awesome if there was an orbit that was accessible no matter where. Like, I'm wondering if I put something on the equator, and as long as the orbit is close enough to the planetary orbit, maybe it'll always hit. Or maybe that's wishful thinking. Like, if I were to stick this bad boy here and say you should hit here, you do have a specific spot in the sky that you're watching. Here, have some solar sails, I guess. And presumably you do have downtime. Wishful. Yeah, probably. So it's aiming towards here. From here. Oh, and whatever this AN thing that I set is, doesn't rotate. Like, that's fixed. Not sure what that means, but it's fixed. And it looks like... Excuse me? I'm just now getting the Steam achievement that I got the in-game achievement for. Like, 20 minutes ago. Looks like it has stopped shooting. Target pitch angle, yep. And presumably it's not going to be able to shoot again until day. Because now we are facing away from the point that it is trying to hit, which, based on what I have seen so far, looks like it will always be a single fixed point in space and will not move with any of the orbital mechanics. So the planet will be constantly moving relative to that fixed point in space. And no place is safe. Except for maybe poles on specific planets. Under specific circumstances. And even then, the planet will be moving in space relative to that position. So probably not. Like, regardless of how the planet rotates, the planet is still orbiting. Which means if the swarm position doesn't change, then, you know, all bets are off for how effective a given emitter can be. Or ejector, rather. So maybe I just keep doing the thing I was doing and hope that it eventually works. Also, I'm not convinced that this orbit needs to exist. Like, I'm not sure that I gain anything from having this orbit 5 actually be an orbit. Suspect I don't. But now I can't delete it until the solar sails aren't in this stupid orbit anymore. If I delete it, the solar sails just disappear. So I have to wait until they float into the swarm. Alright. In that case, let's pick a side to add more emitters to. Ejectors. And add more ejectors. Figure out some way to add more ejectors. How do I want to do this? How do I want the ejectors to look? Unclear. I think I do still like this this offset, like both of them using the same conveyor belt, which is on one side, not the other side. Like, I think that makes more sense than packing them in as tightly as I can in one circle, and then moving out to a farther circle and again packing them in as tightly as I can. Because I'm not actually sure if that's true, but it feels like it works better this way than the other way. I'm gonna move these ray receivers over to the other side. So we're just gonna have this is gonna have more Dyson sphere shooters here. Fewer belts needed. I mean, that is part of it. Oh, no, I'm handcrafting magnets? Yikes. Big yikes. This is the closest they can be, so it's still this angle. Alright. And then we split. I don't even know which orbit to shoot at. I don't even know that it makes a difference. They're all just off on this side of the planet anyway. Wrong side of the planet. I'll just leave it for now. Make that decision momentarily. Alright, that's 10. I'm gonna wait until one of these starts shooting. Whichever one is first available to start shooting, that is the orbit we are going to use for all 10 of these. Come on, buddy. Taking their sweet time. Are we just at a terrible position, like, seasonally? This might just be, like, a seasonal terrible position for everything. But they were firing earlier, right? Power definitely an issue here. Go drop some rare receivers and come back. Please enjoy power generation. Yeah, I should probably find a DSP wiki and just start spending time on there figuring out how I want to do orbitals and stuff. That seems like it would make a lot of sense. It seems like the kind of thing that should exist, right? At minimum, I'm sure there's an RDSP. Like, they have to have their own subreddit, right? You'll want to start shooting ever? Looks like it would hit 5 right now. And none of the others are going to hit. Interesting. Oh, I'm not worried about orbital mechanics in general. I'm worried specifically about Dyson Sphere's orbital mechanics. Because I don't necessarily assume that they'll match up. And now they all need power. This one's shooting. At 2. And make them all 2? Make them all 2. Orbital period, axial inclination, and precession, they should match. All that is ancient math for can we see the constellations. Yeah, that's fair. It's not unreasonable. Can I? Yeah. We're gonna set some 5s here. See if this is any better. 5 ends up being better than 2. Whew. Ugh. All right, now the afternoon tired is settling in, so I think I'm gonna go grab something coffee adjacent while this sits and shoot things. So hang tight for a sec. I will just leave you as is, and I will be back in a moment. I remembered to unmute. Looking good for some of my ejectors. I figure at some point the answer to this might just be it doesn't matter, and no matter how you set things, you'll have a similar of on rate versus off rate. So you just do a thing and you set it and then you ignore it forever. I just don't know that, right? Like, I don't know if there is an optimal swarm orbit for ejector firing. I don't even know if there's an optimal ejector position for ejector firing, other than it seems like being at the pole should get you more constant access, but who knows? More constant access and better angles. Although, the ejectors are pretty flexible, right? They could shoot straight up if they want to. So maybe that doesn't make too much of a difference. 4 is just out of range constantly all the time. You know what I really wish I could see is how many solar sails this ejector has launched over its time in its position. Depending on the planet, you think not tilted to pole might have constant LOS, but it might be splitting hairs between shooting 50% of the year versus 50% of each day. It's true. Because the seasonal stuff definitely makes a difference. Yeah, 4's still not firing. Oh, there it goes. No? Yes? No? Yes, now 4 is firing. But this still isn't, which is 3, I think? 3 is still low. Alright, see you, Cryptomancer. It's looking less likely that that's going to happen tonight, but I appreciate the vote of support. At any rate, we did get a few more ejectors firing, so that's good. And I think we're still in a position where solar sails immediately upon joining the swarm begin to funnel themselves into the sphere, into the Dyson shell, which is ideal. That is how I want that to work. Definitely still more rockets to fill in. Lots to do out here, huh? Alright, well that was some additional production, but... really, why stop there? Oh, that's trying to hit 5 and it can't. Oh no. Oh no. Let's make some more launchers. I cannot make more launchers without more material. Which material do I need? I need magnets, super magnets. I cannot make super magnets from what I have on hand. Oh no! Alright, so we gotta fly back home and get more super magnets. Alright, it's a deal. I accept. Kinda wanna sit here and watch these ejectors do their thing for a little bit longer, but maybe this is as good as it's gonna get. Oh, this actually doesn't sufficiently supply ejectors? Not sure how thick this belt needs to be in order for ejectors to be constantly supplied. Well, let's just double it. And worry about actual numbers later. Seems fine. Oh yeah, shoot them sails. Look at you, spraying your sails all over the solar system. So weird. Fly through the shell in order to get home. Maybe not fly through the sun, though. That feels like maybe a mistake. Alright, I have arrived back home to double check on science. Science has slowed down because yellow is not keeping pace now. And that's because, what did we run out of? We ran out of something. Oh. The titanium's not traveling fast enough to cover the back half of this. Huh. Oh. No, we're just actually running out of titanium. Alright, well, that is hopefully fixable. Probably fixable. I mean, that's fixable just on Elbereth 1, right? We got a lot of titanium in system that we haven't fully mined out. This has some titanium, definitely. 4 has some titanium too, right? 4 has some titanium. Unclear if easier to get from 4 or 1. 1 is kind of messy. Let's go back to 4. But before I do that, let's bring some rare receivers with me. This is where we decided we were making these things. Whoa. I'm going to take, like, that many. And then we need super magnets, which I have a box of. And I know where that box is. Somewhere over here. I don't have a box of them. I guess I am just... Oh. What is the problem here? Rings. Can you not get rings from somewhere? I mean, this is indeed a problem as described. But surely rings can be acquired. They're in the system. They're definitely in the system. Is this okay? This thing that I'm doing? That seems okay. Why are you requesting rings to begin with? Remote demand, local supply. Ah. You're just sending rings out into the world. You are a ring distributor. Well, distribute the rings, buddy. And these rings, in the meantime, will do what? Maybe I can connect that in here anyway. Well, now we have magnets, so that's good. Might need more of these. I feel like if magnets stalled, that's a problem. But I don't remember why that's a problem. What needed magnets to begin with? Anyway, not super relevant. I'm going to sit here and steal some magnets regardless. The whole point of this is I just wanted to be able to build some goddamn rare receivers. $20 a piece? Yikes. We should do something with these rings. I want to connect it back into this. This is going to be like some weird belting, but that's probably okay. So this will, I believe, prioritize the rings from here, which is how I want to prioritize. I want to pick this up if I can. I want to get this out of here and clean up whatever I'm doing here. All right, good. This is doing the thing I wanted it to. That's what I like to see. Things happening the way I want them to. For real, though, where are these magnets going? Straight to here. Oh. Because green sticks need magnets. Alright, valid. Completely valid. We appear to have an overabundance of green sticks for once. Why? That seems odd to me. Because we're light on blue chips. Why are we light on blue chips? Where am I making blue chips? This is going to be because we're out of titanium, isn't it? I think it's all down to we're out of titanium. Alright then. Let's go fix titanium. And then we can come back and figure out why other things aren't working the way they're supposed to. Do I have the materials I need to fix titanium? Hold. Plenty of miners. I would not say plenty of smelters, but some smelters? Give me more electromagnets. What is this down to? And why? It's also short on brown chips. God damn it. We're still short on brown chips? Hell. Over here. Hell, heck, and tarnation. Where even am I making brown chips? Where am I doing anything? Am I accomplishing anything on this godforsaken planet? Anything at all? Are you brown? You're sure not. You know, this would be a lot easier if I just... this. Here. This is brown chips. So that looks like it's moving. Not fast. but it's moving. Maybe I just need to plant another brown chip factory. I probably just need to plant another factory. Like, it's fully stocked on ingredients. Silicon is flowing. So I'm just literally not making enough chips for all of the things that I want to use chips for. Accomplishing more than you are. It's never a competition. But thank you anyway. Well, if green chips are somewhat backed up, not green chips, green sticks. If green sticks are somewhat backed up, regardless of what is backing them up, that means that I can steal some magnets from whatever's making the green sticks. Right? Yeah, steal me some magnets. And that will let me make some more ray receivers. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why not? I did not pick up the rings. I was going to pick up the rings. Where are the rings? Show me the rings? I think that's over here. Yeah, you could just give me, like... Sure. That is a reasonable number of rings to put in my inventory. Update 5 Satisfactory is slow. Okay. I still haven't played Satisfactory. I remember when I was looking at it originally, I watching people stream it, which was way back when it first came out. Like, maybe update 1. Maybe. There wasn't enough there to make me want to play Satisfactory over Factorio. What am I short on here? Am I, like, handcrafting green circuits? Is that what's going on? No, I'm just short on iron, as usual. So if I just pick up a stack of iron, that should be good enough to get me out of here. Take some iron with you and go. Flee. Flee this planet while you still can. Alright, good enough. You say it's on update 5 now, so there must be a lot more to Satisfactory than there was when I first looked at it. Is there enough content in Satisfactory that differentiates it from Factorio that it's worth picking up? Or is it still just Factorio 3D? Like, this is almost just Factorio 3D. But there is enough stuff that it's doing differently to warrant feeling like you're playing a different game. Much of it is similar, but there's a lot. There's other stuff too. And I was never sure that Satisfactory was at that point. It just needs an end goal that isn't anticlimactic. Okay. That makes some amount of sense. Does it have an end goal? I know it didn't for a while. Chunk. Alright, where is some titanium to mine out? Here we go. Some titanium. Let's mine it out. Fairly compact, too. Nice. Maybe I can do 8, 8, and 8 here. We gotta start with these outlier sides, though, if I want to start seeing if I can get 8s. Okay, I can't get 8 putting this in between the arms. It's got a final delivery now. It doesn't do anything. We'll know more when you accomplish it. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I do like the way that Factorio mixed it up with the rocket launches. Like, originally, rocket launches didn't do anything either. It was just a thing that you could do, and then you could do again if you wanted. But now that Factorio is using the rocket launches to get to you to the next tier of science, like, that feels valuable, and a reason to play... a reason to keep playing past a ostensible end of game. Come on, I ought to be able to get this. Well, I can get that 8. Maybe we'll do that? No, that leaves this out of the cold. That's not going to fly. I need to hit like this, because I want to get that. Oh my god, it's so close. Wait, that's not 8, that's still 7. Ah! Expansion should be interesting considering Arendelle is on the team now. Who's Arendelle? Oh, I did it. Covers 8 veins. Yahtzee. What are the odds I can get the last 8 on one miner? Probably low. Does it get 9? Amazing. Alright, good enough. That'll do. Arendelle. Oh! Arendelle made SpaceX. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's a big deal. He's on the Factorio dev team now? That's pretty cool. Alright. What's the best way to deal with this? Probably straight to there, right? Rad. That's very, very cool. Good for him. Is this how I need this to work? Hang on. Let's put the splitters down first. There we go. This makes a little bit more sense. Green between the splitters. go. Cool. And then you start mining titanium. Man, I haven't had to up my titanium intake in a while. I wonder if this means I'm using more, or if this means my original titanium veins are starting to run out. Pretty clean so far. I even have my choice of spaces to use. How lucky. Since this silicon hasn't been consolidated and could be. I think I will consolidate the silicon. I think that is how I will do this. Let's consolidate. Perfect. Wow, could not be cleaner. And how is power here? Could stand to use an extra ray receiver. You need to connect here. You need to connect in. And then we upgrade here and here. Now let's give you power. And add power. Alright, so there is a specific... Oh, this isn't even receiving. Oh, no. This planet is actually far enough away, or however the orbital tilt works or whatever, is causing enough issues that it's not continuously receiving. No wonder problems are happening. These are also going to be partial. Oh, they're full right now, for what that's worth. But also, that's going to be a seasonal thing. It's a lot of axial inclination. Alright, to add ray receivers here... Yeah, this planet is very tilted. Absolutely. Which means we have to be even on both sides, I think. I gotta figure out where my position was that I was adding ray receivers before. There was like a specific position here where I was able to get... I think it was... So not here or here, but the next one out here. think it was like here, maybe? And it lined up. Yeah. Like that. So then this is repeatable around the whole pole. And now I'm trying to see how well I can do interior ones the same way. Because I want that to also line up. Almost. The problem here is if I drag, it collides with itself, which sucks. So I think the interior part's gonna have to be manual. Putting planets on tilt. That almost works, and is pretty close to the edge. My opponent said I lack magnetism, which is why nobody sticks around me. Wow. Like planetary yo mama jokes? I both love it and hate it. Oh, I'm out of steel. That is problematic. I wish I had stolen more steel. Trying to figure out how I want this to look. Like, what does my ray receiver flower look like generally? So that I can reproduce it on every planet. And just make myself a blueprint for it. Because I can't do this, right? I can't drag out. They just collide with themselves. So it has to be manual placement in order to position them. Something like that. And then I might be able to get 3 on this. Looks like I can't quite get 3 here. Where do they have to be? Like, what's the closest I can get in order to be able to get 3? That's the next question. And if I do that, how can I still fit 4 around the other edges? I need more ray receivers in order to make this work. In order to figure out this arc. Which means I'm gonna go get some steel and come back, I think, is the plan. Make myself like 20 more ray receivers and then come back. Not Elbreth, home. Thank you. So going back to the planets thing, I actually really love the idea that anthropomorphizing planets accounts for orbital mechanics exactly as well as, like, our current scientific approach and observation-based stuff. Like, if you actually just imagine the planets as people and interacting with each other in the way that people with personalities might interact with each other, and it, like... I love the idea that you could account for all of the details and be completely accurate using that approach. I mean, I don't think that works in the world that we live in, but I love the idea that a world like that might exist. That fascinates me. All right, how much steel do I need in order to accomplish goal? Also, where is the steel? Here we go. Give me some steel. And let us attempt to accomplish goal. What's the thing at the top of the screen? It is reminding me that white science is still not producing as much as it's supposed to. Now I'm out of super magnets. Specifically, this is actually a really neat feature, so I kind of want to show it off. Where am I? Here we go. Wait, this is the wrong hemisphere? Science is in the other hemisphere? No, science is in this hemisphere. I'm just on the wrong half of the planet. So specifically, I have alerts set on some of the labs to let me know when the labs are functioning. There is an alarm feature here. The default is alarm off, but like if I turn the alarm for this one on, it pops up here. And each of the things, it tells me what I am being alarmed for. Yeah, this is new. This is as of the last like 2 or 3 patches. And you can set this alarm for anything that is producing things, right? I could set the alarm here if I wanted. And when this is no longer producing, I can see that it's no longer producing. It doesn't differentiate between backed up because there is too much output and not functioning because there's not enough input. It's just machine isn't running. I'm letting you know that machine isn't running. But it is a very nice feature to have. And of course, my problem here is looking better, but I still need to get more titanium into the system in order to fix this problem. Because this problem is, I believe, mostly due to there not being enough titanium. On account of this pole does not have the titanium. So anyway, we're going to go back to the other planet and get more titanium. But first, I'm doing the thing here. Because I wanted to get more ray receivers. Because I was distracted by making ray receiver flowers. Even though my primary goal was just to acquire more titanium. Which, I mean, pretty standard, all things considered. Oh, yeah, and that's the other thing, is if you highlight it, it shows you where the alert is coming from, which I think is also really cool if you extensively use this system. I can see exactly which things are alerting me. Some of these don't actually need to be alerting me. I think the way I want to have it is top and bottom alert. And the others can be silent. Silence, lab! The others don't need to bother me with their problems. And now I'm out of silicon, which also stealable. How many of these am I holding on to now? 13. I did say I wanted 20, right? That's 20. And then if I look at my inventory, I have enough materials of any kind to do a thing. That's great. I love being able to do things. Good enough. Back to other planet. Let's steal some more titanium. Can I space warp within... Well, that drastically reduces travel time. Done it. Nice. Ah, down to one of them alerting me. So one of them is running. That's good. Probably. Alright, where... Here. I'm going to finish making this ray receiver flower. And then we'll go back to hunting more titanium. I didn't realize where poles were. Yes, this is what I wanted. So we're now looking at a way to make this give me 3. I don't know where this needs to be in order to give me 3. Alright, so at this point I can get 3 there. Which I can't quite now get 4 on this row, I don't think. Maybe I can. I would be lucky to get 3 on this row. What row is that on? Here? How come I could get that close on that side but not on this side? What did I do differently? These are positioned in the same place. Why is this not working? Yeah, that was here and here. But for whatever reason, I cannot build this one here on this side. Why? Alright, and I'd like to be able to fit in 3 in this space. That would be ideal. But it seems like I can't quite. It's not quite there. So maybe this needs to be sent out a smidgen. This is there, right? So what about starting from here? Does this fix my problem? Alright, I still can't get more than 3 in here. I don't think. Can't get anything on that line, that's fine. That works. That works. But I can't get another one in here. But I was able to get 3 in here. And where those 3 are kind of doesn't matter. So we could do something like this. And then I can reproduce this on each arc. It's a little ugly. Is that any better? It's a little better. Not a lot better. This is probably as good as it's gonna get. Think I like this spacing a little better? Sure, call this good. Can I even? I don't know what this is covering. I did not need to cover these. It just needs to cover these. Yeah, okay. This is my power flower. I can use upgrade symbols? Dope. I just want to use Rare Receiver, though. Can I paste this? If I set things up correctly? Oh, I totally can. Fantastic. Yep, this is what I wanted. This is apparently as good as it's gonna get. Alright, we do need to cover both halves. So whatever I set up on one, I should set up on the other as well. Because of the way this planet's axial tilt works. This is how I want it to line up, right? Whoa there, buddy. Yeah. Let me collide with other objects. You can tell me I need to delete this first? Fine. Alright, that is in fact connected. Great. Begin providing power for this planet. Let's go mine some titanium, shall we? How's this going? Y'all mining? Y'all working? Love to see it. What happened here? Oh, we're out of silicon is what happened here. Alright, well... Sure. I have this button for exactly this reason. Unclear if this still needs to be connected to this. Oh, it totally does. Oh. My titanium is no longer mining. Fix that. And let's find some more titanium. What am I mining next? That looks like titanium. Mine now. This track. Love all of these tracks. I love this whole goddamn playlist. And then we need to... get some splitters. Is this a reasonable way to do it? This is probably a reasonable way to do it. There might even be more reasonable ways to do it, but I think this is how I'm going to do it. Most I can output is like this anyway, so there's not a lot of reason to pull in. The extra... I'll do it anyway. Make ingots. Good. All right, and then from here to the tower. How do I get to the tower from here, actually? It's a little awkward. Very slightly more awkward than it needs to be. I guess we go high. Where does this need to go? Imagining a world wherein... like here, probably? Ideally, like here? But I think I'm gonna have to send it up and then back down. Figuring out how to get it back down to where I want it to be. This should go to, like, there. That should do it. Good enough. And then power. Hey, Undefined Lamb, how's it going? Fortunately, power is right here. We are power flower adjacent. Yes. Begin your work, my machines. Acquire for me the resources. Strip the planet bare! Oh, I needed to refill my technology list. Because now I could research how to ray transmission efficiency again. Oh, and we definitely should. We're on 8s now, right? Yeah, let's do the ray efficiency. That seems like a good call. We can do construction drones after that. This is next. I'm gonna fill out the list again, because it's all 8s now, right? Everything is 8K? Except for the things that are more than 8K? That's 10. That's 12. That's 8. This is 8. Okay. Construction drones, drone flight speed. Flight speed or more drones? I think flight speed over more drones. This is 14 and also doesn't matter. That's 8. This is 12. Logistics carrier engines. Okay, that's way more important than both of these? I don't know what I was thinking. Alright, that's all the 8s. Good. That's 10. That's 12. That's 14. That's 12. Okay. So the 10. 10. Easy peasy. And then the 12s. Mining first. And the other 12. And then Mecha Warp Speed! Why not? Who doesn't want Mecha Warp Speed? Alright, so that's looking good. How are we for titanium now? Still hurting. Still hurting. Still want more. So hungry, my planets. Hungry for metals. Why do I have silicon in my inventory now? How did this disaster occur? Somebody's still mining silicon for me. Turn this silicon into better silicon. Here, enjoy. Yeah. Alright, is there more titanium to steal? I think there is lots more titanium to steal. I think this planet still has plenty more materials for me to take literally whenever I want. So let's do that. Hello, titanium. Do I still have... Yeah, that's probably enough belts. And enough smelters. And enough miners. Oh, I forgot I picked up a whole mining station. Yeah, we can make this work. We can definitely make this work. How many nodes is this? 22? So I gotta figure out how I want to cover this? God, the obvious answer is 5656, but maybe we can be a little greedier here. 877? Can I make 877 work? Always a puzzle, these. That looks like 8. That does not quite look like 7. Looks like a disaster is what that looks like. That's 7. But, like, I cannot fit the remaining 7 on what? Maybe I can? Am I that powerful? I am like unto a god? What a life. God of miner placement. That's me. In case you need yet another niche god for your pantheon, look no further. Alright, and then where are we dropping this splitter? What does this look like? The thing is over there. So we put you like here-ish. And I have to watch the tropic line. So, like, here-ish? Hell do you mean collide with other objects? Alright, whatever you say, buddy. Okay. Connect. Better belts. Connect. Stamp smelters. This was some weird positioning. How do you make yellow cubes? It is a pain. I fully agree. I can show you my yellow cube build if you like. Figure out whether or not what I'm doing works for you, or if you want to do something completely different. You're gonna have to wait a bit until I get back to my home planet, though. Right now, I'm off making mining outposts. But you know, soon. Are you still fairly fresh to the game, or how long have you been playing? Where are we going? We're going over here. Nice and easy. A straight shot. Point A to point B. Collide with other object. What are you colliding with? Is my angle that tight? Yikes. There we go. That should do it. That was a little awkward. Been playing for 4 days. Okay. Got to another planet. That's good. That's good progress. Getting to another planet, I think, is the most important step for making yellow. Yellow requires titanium. So you need to get your titanium from somewhere else first. This is overshot a little bit here. We need to go straight down this line. Whoa there, what is that? Why would you do that to me? Just connect straight to it, huh? You can go down to here. You can't figure out how to make titanium crystals? Yeah, I mean, I can show you what I'm doing. And you can decide whether or not you want to borrow that. Well, that was wrong. That thing that I did. Do that thing differently. Much better. Get this mining outpost power, and then head back and look to see whether or not yellow has caught up with where it needs to be. I am working on improving my yellow as we speak. That is part of the problem with all of this titanium. Does that connect? Didn't think it would. There we go. We mining? We're mining. We're mining. Planet's looking good. Oh, I dumped so many ray receivers. It's completely unreasonable. I did. So I've got quite a few blueprints that I use fairly regularly. This is definitely the one I get the most value out of. Which is just 2 rows of smelters. Because this, in theory, uses up 2 full standard belts of mining material. I find that for a lot of things, each smelter takes in a material a second. So you can feed 6 smelters off of 1 standard conveyor belt, 1 Mark 1 conveyor belt. Alright, let me head home. And we'll take an additional look at whatever I'm doing. Up, up, and away! Could stand to burn a space warper here. Make me move a little bit quicker. Alright, so here's what I am doing for my yellow. It's a little messy. But I have my titanium crystals here. So titanium crystals require titanium and organic crystals. I have titanium coming in from off-world, so coming in from a logistics tower. And I have organic crystals being made here. I also, I'm now sufficiently late into the game, found my way to enough other systems, that I'm able to bring in organic crystals from off-world, which makes this process a lot easier, makes it a lot easier to scale. But when you're first getting set up, you're going to need to use chemical plants to make organic crystals. And these are pretty straightforward, right? So you need refined oil, which I think you know how to get. Water, which not too hard to get. And then plastic, which is a little bit of a hassle. But plastic is also just built off of the refined oil, right? So I have oil refinement, I have plastic generation here, and then the plastic feeds into my organic crystal production. And all of that feeds into Yellow Labs. Looks like the Yellow Labs are finally labbing appropriately. Almost. We're short... I'm short power, for one. I gotta figure that out. Why is power a problem? Oh, because my consumption demand is off the charts. Get out of here, consumption demand. But also we're not quite producing enough crystals, huh? No, we have enough crystals. We need enough... No, yeah, titanium crystals. Still not quite there on the titanium crystals, but almost. This is likely to fill up. Filling up slowly but surely. Cool. Yeah, organic crystal's a pain, for sure. My initial setup was designed to do one of each science cube a second, and I'm now ramping up from there. So I think 1 yellow cube a second is 8 labs, and 6 organic crystal makers feeding into 6 assembler Mark IIs making titanium crystals. And that worked for me pretty much perfectly. Other than, you know, titanium supply issues or oil supply issues. Because, like, you make 6 of these and that's a crystal a second. And then you make 4 of these? 4 of these. 4 assembler Mark IIs. Sorry, I had the ratios a little bit off. 4 Mark IIs will eat a crystal a second. And produce, or eat an organic crystal a second and produce a titanium crystal a second. So that's how that lines up. And this is, yes, fully capped. Excellent. So now I am producing 2 yellow a second. Which is, not quite enough to feed all of my white science, but almost. Almost getting there. You can get blueprints online. I haven't. I've been doing everything with my own builds. This is my first save file also. So I've been really enjoying kind of trying to figure out more optimal or more efficient ways of making my builds work. And then, you know, once I stumble on something I like, I'll blueprint it and be able to use it again later. I'm not at the point yet where I'm interested in looking up outside builds, but my understanding is that there is a website for that. That information is totally out there. Still connected there. Alright, we need to figure out power. Power was a problem before, and power is still a problem, and I have to decide what I'm doing about it. Am I rearranging my my power flowers? Rearranging and or expanding my power flowers? Is this even better than what I have? Power flower, reveal yourself to me. Where did I not save the blueprint? I thought I saved the blueprint. I didn't save the blueprint. Oh, I'm so mad. Okay, well, I'll go back and get the other blueprint. I think it improves itself slightly. Because this leaves literal no room for any more ray receivers here. But we end up with basically this. But by moving these out, this can move up. And so I end up with 3 inside this wedge. Okay, so that is very slightly better than what I have, which is all that I wanted. Very slightly better is still better. I think I was gonna do antimatter sticks. Am I still gonna do antimatter sticks? Questionable. Could. Who is harmed by me doing antimatter sticks? What are those? Well, let me spoil you on future sources of power. So you've probably already seen hydrogen fuel rods. Hydrogen fuel rods are pretty cool. They're made out of hydrogen and don't afraid of anything. The next step up is deuterium fuel rods, and the next step up from those are antimatter fuel rods. Or licorice sticks. Man, explaining my garbage terminology to new people is always a joy. But these require antimatter, which is a trial all on its own. And I think I still need to look into my processor supply chain before I can do anything else with processors. Is purple still running? Purple looks like it's still running, which is good news. We're doing mediocre on processors. So not good per se, but better than nothing. Why are you not running? Are you kidding me? What am I out of now? Out of iron? The struggle continues. The struggle continues. The struggle never lets up. You're always out of something. And it's pretty much the worst. I need to get rid of this coal in my inventory. I don't know why coal is in my inventory, and I do not want it in my inventory anymore. Where do I have anything smelting coal? You love logistics and have ADHD? Oh, man. I feel like this game gives me ADHD. This game and Factorio both is just constant like, oh, I have a problem. I will try to solve that problem. I will immediately get distracted by another problem. And that, you know, rinse and repeat, right? Like, how many problems do you have to have before you can actually solve any existing problem without getting distracted by another problem first? I'm pretty sure that if you ask anybody who plays this game with any kind of regularity, they will tell you that I am doing things very, very wrong. There's a lot of emphasis on the logistics systems that I'm not really using. I still have a lot of belts going all over the place. My builds could certainly be improved. They are probably not quote-unquote efficient. But, you know, this is my little baby. This is my first save file. I'm happy that things are even working at all, regardless of how well they are working. So, you know, I'm sticking with it. Having a good time. That's what's important, right? That you're enjoying yourself. Anyway, I still need to get this coal out of my inventory. Surely I have something smelting graphite. My build is next level. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thought I had something smelting graphite out here. Maybe I only have this graphite production? Is this my only graphite production? Big if true. This is demanding graphite. Where are you getting your graphite from, buddy? Maybe if I find out where you're getting graphite from, I can go fill in my graphite somewhere else. Drop this coal on some other smelter. Can I just smelt it in place? Can I just turn all of this coal into... Alright. I'm going to fix this problem manually instead of fixing it with automation. Do I have a Dyson sphere on that other planet? So I do have a fair amount of Dyson sphere shenanigans going on, right? We are in fact in process of caging the sun. Some work is continuing. And that's enough to feed this entire solar system with power. So all three of these planets now, planet, are heavily relying on the Dyson sphere for power. I haven't started building a Dyson sphere in any of the other systems. But soon, that is in theory my next goal once I clean this Dyson sphere up and once I'm not suffering from any supply chain issues that prevent my science from working, which I think will never actually happen. I have a feeling that there will always be supply chain issues preventing my science from working. But, you know, someday, hopefully in the near future, I'll be able to set up Dyson spheres on other solar systems. That would be nice. In the meantime, we're just making sure everything keeps running smoothly in my local system. It's, you know, it's looking good. It's feeling pretty good. I'm doing a lot of stuff. There is a lot going on, which I'm happy about. Yo, science is actually going on all cylinders. Look at it go. I'm missing a... No, it is even. It's just the curvature of the planet made it look like the stack wasn't high enough. Haha. Okay. Yeah, science actually moving. Cool. A little bit. Briefly. Sometimes. For a brief moment in time, an instant, I finally had all of my labs working. Imagine this game was required in high school. I think it would work for some people and not work for other people. I think there are some people for whom it would be a very interesting experience and potentially useful. And I think there are other people for whom it would be absolutely miserable and completely useless as a learning tool. I think that goes in both directions pretty evenly. All right, so we're doing the thing. We have the titanium. The science is going. The photons presumably are going. This looks like it is being fed appropriately. Stuff is moving. So that's great. Yeah, do the thing. Do the thing. Continue to do the thing. Thank you for doing the thing. So what is my next step? Iron. Iron is my next step. Because apparently we're out of iron in places that need iron. So I guess we're just going to make more mining outposts. Now and forever, my plan is more mining outposts. Let's make sure I have smelters on hand. Let's make sure I have belts on hand. I need more belts. Fortunately, I am right next to my box of belts. Give me more belts. Belts, smelters, and I'm going to bring a stack of ray receivers with me because why not? Ah, I see I already have a stack of ray receivers with me. Fantastic. But that doesn't help depending on where I'm going to get iron. Where am I going to get iron, actually? This is a legitimate question as well. Where is the nearest iron? I mined out my home planet, unfortunately. Looks like there's a ton of iron available out here. So, lava planet ahoy. I think my power production on the lava planet is suffering a bit because I'm doing all of my Dyson swarm ejection there. So maybe we go out to Elbereth 4 anyway. Take a trip out here and start mining iron. There's not that much iron out here. It is all being mined. All of the silicon is being mined. We have to take our silicon from out of system at this point. But there's still plenty of iron here. Alright, so we're still going over to here for the iron. That seems reasonable. Seems not unreasonable. I should figure out where I'm going first. Where am I going? Going here. There. Oh, practically invisible against the backdrop. This is a quick jaunt to an interior planet. No need to warp. Smack. How do I power my mech? Primarily with green sticks right now. Which, oh, I need to refuel. God damn it. Alright, well, thank you for the reminder. I'll have to remember to go pick those up when I am out and about next time. You generally make a lot of green sticks in order to make Dyson sphere rockets. So I have those lying around. I can use those for power. Once I've started on antimatter sticks, though, I'll probably use those for power. I think those are better. And that is an exciting idea. All right, where is the iron? Where is my iron out here? Here is some iron. Give me your iron. That looks like 7, 7, and 6. You can probably pick up the other one. Like this, maybe? Perfect. All right, and now, where is the tower? Oh, the tower's right here. How convenient. How convenient. Shift that around. And we can go here, I think, is a good place for this to be positioned. Sure. What am I short on? Sorters. Always sorters. Never not sorters. And I am handcrafting green chips by hand like a savage. An unfortunate turn of events, to be sure. Oh, yeah, sure. So this is the blueprint. It's... You can see, like, the materials here. I can actually just copy out the code for you if you want to directly import it into your game. I don't mind doing that. But I have smelters, belts feeding those smelters, and then sorters coming off the smelters, and power poles on the other side. And then, like, the things that I've done that may be slightly non-standard is I'm having the input belt a little bit offset from the output belt, like the sorters are on the left side instead of in the middle, just to make it easier to remember which side is the input belt and which side isn't, since that is, in fact, a problem sometimes. There. Up and over. Connects. Connects. Green into here. And we are smelting iron. You're gonna need some power. Yeah, it's getting to be about that time. So I will have to deal with that. You go out to here. You hang out over here also. You go to here. Perfect. Perfect. Love it. This actually needs to be a little further back. Hello? What the hell are you? You not taking iron? You're not taking iron! Oh, no. How do I deal with this? Why are you taking graphite? Now I have questions. Where are you taking graphite from? We're actually just trying to put graphite in the system? Why am I doing that? I have questions. Past me, why did you do the thing you've done? Alright. Well, titanium is still coming in here, so we do still want you paying attention to titanium. Gotta figure out what I'm doing with the other things, though. Copper's being sent out to the... Ooh. I killed power. I should maybe not have done that. I was like, oh, it's not taking in it. No, it's definitely still taking stuff in. It's fine. Still, okay, that's fine. That's all well and good. Where am I bringing in rings from? We have ring production over here. I see. I see how it is. Alright, so I can't... I need to send these iron ingots somewhere else? Where do I need to send these iron ingots, then? Directly to here? Maybe. It's a little bit further away. Ah, well. So be it. Alright, well, thank you, this tower. New plan. Tower's there. Alright. Collide with other object. Yeah, it was always gonna happen, wasn't it? How about we fly a little bit? Up and over! And come in for a landing around here-ish. Seems fine. That'll do. Connect. Connect. Upgrade. Upgrade. Yeah, the later game you get, there's like the science for increasing the speed at which your bots fly, the speed at which your bots build. And eventually you get to the point where it's just infinite, not infinite science, but like certain technologies can upgrade infinitely. And it's just a matter of how much science you're dumping into them. So that's where I'm at in terms of science. Like, the only science I am doing these days is all of those upgrade techs. All the way at the end of their chains. Upgrading forever. As I try to bring the magic of sun cages to all of the star systems in this galaxy. What a process. Alright, well, that's pretty good. That thing that we've done. That will help. That will be a minor improvement. Is there more iron on here that I can exploit? Oh, plenty. This place remains wholly unexploited. There is a lots of iron here. There's so much more iron to exploit. Wow, what a deal. Fantastic. Are we okay on power here? How's power doing here? Very close. No, not very close. A little close. It was closer before for whatever reason. That's weird. That's a weird thing to be true. What has changed? A change has occurred. How did this happen? Well, analyzing this mystery, I think, is going to be the subject for another stream. I will hang out here by some of these iron patches because I think we need to acquire more iron. So let me just park my robotic butt over here. Hello, Mr. Iron. He will be mine eventually. Alright, so let's figure out what I'm doing next stream. To-do list includes acquire iron. I didn't acquire enough iron this stream, so we need to acquire more iron next stream. Iron. What else am I doing? Science is actually looking like it's a pretty good place. I could, in theory, start doubling again and just increasing output. Mech fuel. Ooh, antimatter. Yes, thank you. Good reminder. Antimatter sticks. Robot licorice. On account of its color. I also need to refuel. Let's not forget refueling. Antimatter sticks, parentheses, refuel. I am almost out of my green candy apple lollipops. And we wouldn't want my poor little mech to go without his candy. Anything else? Are we still scaling on sales? How are sales looking? How's the sphere looking? What's up, big boy? Where are you at these days? Think we could stand to have a few more sales in the ecosystem? That would not hurt? That might be beneficial in some way or another? Seems like it would help. I think we might be getting there on rockets, though. We might have actually solved all of our rocket-related issues. I'm not seeing any more rockets flying out. I'm only seeing sales. So maybe we start shipping rockets to other planets? Oh, that's very exciting. That's very exciting. We might be at the point where we can start shipping rockets out to a different solar system. Rockets... Interstellar. It's a pretty good list of things. It's a pretty good list of things to do. Sounds good to me. Thank you for the follow, Got Bitcoin. Alright. Alright, yeah, I think this is where we call it for now. My robot blends in with the iron. I did not anticipate this. I am not on tomorrow. So my schedule is Tuesday and Sunday night, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday afternoon. I think the next time I'm playing Dyson Sphere is probably going to be next Friday. I'm generally a variety streamer. There's a lot of games in this world, and I want to play them all. Which is a problem. But, you know, we're making do. I fully understand if your primary interest is Dyson Sphere, then, you know, see you next week. It's completely okay. If you want to know more about my schedule, I guess let's save this game and go into the spiel. Good save, good exit. Quit game.